Hold onto your butts.
That's right. Because you never know what's going to happen. Probably a whole lot of this.
That's some bullshit, Carlo.
Or maybe this.
You die. She dies. Everybody dies. You kids, get off my lawn.
All right. Oh, oh, my left hamstring is killing me. Don't get old, it sucks. Finally got a notification. You have in the past few days. Cool. Thought I was on vacation. I'm on permanent vacation. What made you think I was on vacation? My wife was on vacation. She just got back from seeing our granddaughter for Easter. So I don't know if that's vacation or just visiting. Although she was on a Hawaiian island, so that my stream wouldn't show up at all. Here's why I went to your channel. What's up, Gears? Well, I guess YouTube doesn't like me, but that's okay. I'm just gonna do my own thing. I was messing around last night with Wabbajacks for Morrowind and one for Oblivion. Now, the one for Oblivion requires the deluxe edition, which has like horse armor and Maroon's dagger, um, Maroon's razor, excuse me, and a few other things that are no longer available by themselves. So I'm not going to buy the deluxe edition. If I was going to buy the deluxe edition, I'd probably just get the remaster. But I was also kind of curious, and I was watching some people mess around with how well the remaster runs. And it seems that the remaster, because it's using the same base game engine as Oblivion did, suffers from the same issues of spikes in frame rate. So it'll be going along just fine, and then the frame rate will just drop and then come back, which equates to stutters in the game. And it doesn't really matter on your hardware. Um, it gets less if you lower all the settings, but if you're lowering all the settings, why play the remaster? I thought that was one of the reasons for playing the remaster was all of the pretty eye candy, right? So I don't know, just some stuff in research, some things that I found out. We did pick up Ari, so should be coming with us, and we're doing the whole survival thing pretty much. And we've got a nice elven sword, got an elven leaf blade that I made. In any case, I'm still kicking around the idea of picking up the Oblivion remaster, but I would probably still wait for a better price. At 50 bucks, it's not that enticing. At 30 bucks, maybe. Now, I did see some people selling game keys for it for around the lowest price I found was around $41 to $43. That's still a little too expensive for my taste. So this is the leaf blade, and I went a little crazy with kind of details around the handle and around the why do we have we're standing on a bug. So you can see I kind of went crazy with the details around the hilt. What's up, assassin? That was a dead spider. Okay, so basically I think we want to go south. Oh, nuts. Impressive, most impressive. But you are not a Jedi yet. All right, we want to go. We want to go down here. Wait for you. How's it going? Oh, it's going good. Except for I think I pulled my hamstring. So I've got this little mow strip that's on the side of the front yard. Basically, it's a piece of polymer that looks like a 2x4, right? About the same size as a 2x4, but it's a you can bend it, right? Oh my gosh.
Back off.
I'll light you up, buddy. Oh my gosh, we got bad guys everywhere. Yeah, we're gonna light you up too. Nice. So anyhow, my neighbors, there were some weeds growing on the neighbor's side, and when they pulled the weeds, they yanked this mow strip out of the ground. So I was out there with a pickaxe and a shovel and digging a trench to rebury this thing and put it back where it should be. So I think I did something that kind of pulled a muscle in my leg. Whose house is this? Lorraine Shack. All right. I want to go that way. So I want to go east. There we go. Anyhow, yeah, the hamstring's hurting me a little bit. But my fault. I'm not used to that manual labor stuff, man. The trench I dug was probably about 6 inches deep, 4 inches wide, and about 30 feet long. So, I mean, it wasn't that big of a trench, but, and then I buried the mow strip back down in it, sticking up about half an inch. So I buried about 3 or 4 inches of it. And then packed the dirt in on either side, cleaned it up. Well, here's the thing. It's a rental, and the same guy has owned the place since I've owned this house, and he's been renting it out for the last 30 years. And he's a cool guy, and he comes by and takes care of things, but he has other things in his life that he's doing. So I don't think he meant to pull it up. I mean, it was kind of coming out anyway, so can't really blame him too much. I mean, if he pulled the weeds, some of the weeds could have been growing underneath it and pulled it up. It would have been nice if he took the time to rebury it and put it back where it should be, but he didn't, so I just took care of it. He's been a really good neighbor for 30 years, so I don't, I'm not going to cause a big to-do over it. Not worth it. And he always gets nice tenants, so. Well, like I said, he's got other things in his life going on as well. So he probably came out to take care of some things for his rental property, right? But had to take off and take care of it and just didn't have time to rebury it. and that's okay. I mean, at least he pulled all the weeds. It looks a lot better. So I guess I'm thankful for what he did do, and I'm okay with what he didn't do. I'll just go out and take care of it. Gave me a good workout. You know, swinging a pickaxe, that'll give you a good workout. Oh, poor Fred. Let's read his journal, huh? Inspect the body. We need to get to the flight platform. We'll take that, though. Sorry, Fred, I don't have a shovel, so I can't give you a good death. We can go up here, though. I hear another squirrel up here. He's helped me out with other things in the past, so like I said, he's been a good neighbor. Just like State Farm, right?
Make it quick.
Well, I'm not gonna make it quick, kitty cat. Okay, I don't know why we've got us stuck like somebody's shooting arrows somewhere.
So you think you can fight, huh? Let's see what you can do then. Victory is yours. I submit.
That was a pretty good shot, actually.
No, not like this.
She's regenerating health. We really need we need Ari and Miko to keep up. I'm pretty sure there's some dirt zogs up here. It'll be pretty tough. Or not. Hopefully we don't freeze to death. We're only 4.5 hours into this character, so that would suck. Speaking of which, did we ever set up? Yes, we did. Those are only minor healing, though. Squirrel! set the traps? Only 500 more feet. And we're getting cold. Hey, what's up, Jeff? What am I doing? New character. This is, she's our little barbarian. Here, I'll get her in the light so you can see her. Our little Brenton girl with kitty cat ears. Yeah, with the animated ears. And the Dalish body tattoos and the dent hair. And she's carrying a sword that I made. It's a elven leaf blade. And she's got Miko and Ari with her. And we're going to go get the paraglider. And then we're going to probably go to Chanterelle and just do some hunting survival stuff. Till we go up a few levels. We're only level 3. Why, thanks. I actually saw a picture of it. The part that's really cool about this sword is the details on the hilt of it. So if I can get close enough to it. There you go. So you see I wrapped these little vine things around the handle or around the hilt. Alright, well, thanks for stopping in. It's always good to see you, Jeff. It did take a little while. The good news is it's the same on both sides. So what I did was I did one side and then mirrored it to the other. So that's a neat little thing you can do when you're modeling, especially if both sides are the same. You can do half of it and then mirror the other half. Let's go get our paraglider. Snag. We can now paraglide. You probably want to read that too. 7 hours? Okay, fine, we'll do it. Animated belt potions. Oh, those. That's a preset for immersive equipment displays by Mura, M-U-R-A. And so if you go into immersive equipment displays, you've got another view up here that's custom items. So that's, I can actually carry a Zura Star or a coin pouch or an Elder Scroll or Headhunter bounty, helmet on the waist, a loot. So these are things that I can do with this preset. And the potions and potions on back by Mura, that's what I'm using. And then I can change what they look like. So what I did was I made all of the bottles on the spine lower. They all look like Ultimate Healing, but then I changed their size to 0.4, so I made them much smaller, is what I ended up doing with all of them. But yeah, it's highly customizable. And that's how you do it. We have nocturnal moths. It must be nighttime. We'll take the spiced wine. I'll take that ale too. And now we should know that spell. So let's go over here to magic. Settings are super important. I'm sure you've messed around quite a bit with that. So I'm like preaching to the choir. That one. Favorite. This one. Make that 5. Should we go? Yeah, we should. Let's go deal with this. Checkpoint Melbar. Since we're here, might get us some more experience points. Might also get us a place where we can sleep and go up a level. What's the name of it?
Ah, a fellow adventurer. I'm Nog Gramora.
Tainted Grail,
What great
yep.
timing.
I was familiar with that one. Is it only first person? I seem to remember
I was
Tainted
only
Grail's
supposed
only
to be
first
here
person.
for a brief moment, just to get
But
out of the cold
it's a
with my
lot
little
more
kid.
realistic
I put her
kind
down
of
for a second to set up a camp,
combat
and
too.
she scrambled up the rubble here.
What's up? Come here. Angel wanted to say hi to you before you went to bed. So let me put her next to my face so you can see her. Fall of Avalon, that's correct. Gears, that is the name of it. Well, if it goes both first person and third person, I've watched some of the combat. It looks pretty cool. It looks actually pretty visceral. Much like, you know, slower paced, and you have to kind of pay attention to your combat, otherwise you're going to end up dead.
Trust me, I've tried. I just can't
Cool.
get my footing right on those stones. My loins are soaked from 3 falls.
I'll see what I can do.
My thanks to you. I'll be right here. If she comes down, I'll wait for you to get back.
Alright, well, we can't rest there, but we can certainly drop down onto this. Whoa! Come on, jump, 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 jump! Oh my gosh, we soaked our loins. Well, that sucks. Should have just jumped. We ended up in the water again. That's horrible. We're doing terrible. You two already made it over here. Okay, I see how you are. Yeah, it's a dent hair. It's actually the same hairdo that I had on my male character, only his hair was red. He was a red-headed Nord named Dwaylen Stonefist. Yeah, Dent's got the best hairs, I think. The SMP is heavy, but if you're using faster SMP and I'm using a frame gen, I mean it's pretty good. That one's broken. Out of my way, dog. Alright, sleep well. Well, tonight I'm having dinner with my wife and we're doing movie night. So it should be good.
Hello. Can I help you?
No, Ari. Ari! Oh. Okay, fine. You take a nap. Bless you, baby. You're breaking shit. Time to cook. So your frame drops, double up on cloaks and capes. Oh, okay, yeah, that'll do it. Someone stole your sweet roll. So we need a ladder. Well, we can go this way. Fix it real good. This is where we get the ladder. And some more booze. Napping crooked. All right, well, we're definitely going to be a marksman. Puts them into two-handed. Although we're doing, no, you know what? We're doing one-handed and destruction. Magicka. Wow, we got 2 levels. Marksman. Destruction. Magicka. That would actually be really good. Are we going to go unarmored? Maybe. We definitely want to train up one-handed. And archery. And then what do we have for custom skills? Oh, we don't have anything there yet. We have 1 point to increase here, so do we put it into health regeneration? That would be helpful. Stamina regeneration. Or magicka regeneration. Well, if we do that, 10% less, and then we can go to magic resistance, but we're going to get some of that anyway. Your health, magic, and stamina are increased by 25. What's up, gamer? So then we can go Templar, Shaman, or Bard. Probably want to go for Shaman. Armor rating is increased by 100. I did not get Oblivion Remaster. It's a tough decision. It's either that or we go this way with health regeneration. Eventually, when the price comes down. See, here's the thing. I bought Oblivion the day it was released, 2006. I started modding it and played it until 2011 when Skyrim came out. So I played it straight for 5 years. I know the story. I know the game. I played through it multiple times. So it's not new content for me. It's old content. It would be a trip down memory lane. Okay? Now granted, it looks really good, but it's also very hard on the hardware. Like, okay, when Oblivion first came out and I bought it and I brought it home, you're talking 2006, right? And I put it on my badass gaming rig. I kept getting blue screens of death. It kept crashing. It was unplayable on the hardware in 2006. Part of that is a game engine problem, which they use the same game engine for the base game. So it still has that problem. They never fixed it. And so you'll see your frame rate, you'll be going along just fine, and there's spikes. It'll drop and then come back, and then it'll drop and then come back. Okay? And that's the game engine. There's nothing you can do about it. It doesn't matter if you got the best hardware in the world, the game is still going to do that. And that translates to stutter when you're playing. Also, if you want to use hardware accelerated lumen, it's going to kill your frame rate. Now, you can use the software accelerated lumen, but it's not going to look as good. So why would I spend $50 to buy a game that I already know all the content, but it looks good, but I'm going to have to turn all the settings down to get a playable frame rate? I'm going to save $50. I have Oblivion. I can play Oblivion if I want to. I've got the 2006 version. And the 2006 version is moddable. I can mod the snot out of that. There's all kinds of great mods for that game. A lot of them I made or had a hand in. So, will I get it? Yeah. Will I pay $50 for it? No. You know, when it... You'd be down to see what? A modded Morrowind or a modded Oblivion? The problem I have with the Wabbajacks for Oblivion is that they require the paid content, which is no longer available by... It used to be you could get all of the what they called DLCs, Horse Armor and Maroon's Razor and a few other things, right? You could get all of those for like $10. Well, they don't sell that anymore. Did you know that Minotaurs were at one point on par with the rest of Merfolk and Tamriel? Nope. Didn't know that. So I have my own reasons for holding off on giving them another $50. Because I'd get it and I'd start playing it, and I think I'd get maybe, I don't know, 20, 40 hours into it, and I would go right back to playing Skyrim. I would. I know I would. Mainly because of the mod support. They regressed. I could see that. Especially when you think about like the Falmer, right? They were the snow elves, and they've kind of regressed. Well, I shouldn't say kind of, they have regressed. We haven't started the Dark Brother. We don't have anything for Battle Mage yet. So let's put, we have one more perk point, I think. Let's put it into something here. I guess we could put it into two-handed, or we could put it into light armor. Well, there's Ari. There's Miko. My opinion, I like Oblivion, Skyrim with over 1,600 mods, I never give it up. Yeah, I'm playing right now with about 2,000 mods in Skyrim. So, I really dig it. Let's go talk to the cat. Magic, darling. I sound like whatever I want you to hear. The Minotaur clans? Okay.
Halt. What are you doing here? That flat-footed barbarian, I do not wish to associate with him. I will remain here. The pungent scent of unwashed man isn't enough. Perhaps the chilly weather clogged your nostrils when you first spoke with him. I wish you luck for the second meeting.
19,000 mods in Skyrim. Not necessarily. It depends on what kind of mods they are.
I do believe there's a soul gem in his pack. Quite headache-inducing. Some kind of warding, perhaps pacifying magic radiating from it. Its aura prevented the communication we have now. Connected minds through mysticism magic, to put it simply for you. Should
Well,
that not
if you've
suffice
never
in
played
deterring him,
Oblivion,
do mention
I would
the
say
rotten skewer
go
meat
for it.
under said gem. It doesn't complement his stench.
That would be good to disenchant. We'll take that, we'll take those. The Imperial bow is better than the bow we have. So let's favorite that Imperial bow. Unfavorite that. Drop that. Drop that. Make that number 1. A good friend of mine that I modded Oblivion with, that I've known since probably 2007, gave me a call the other morning. He was very excited about the Oblivion Remastered coming out and was having a little nostalgic moment. Remember modding with me, and so he gave me a call. It was good to hear from him, but I think he'll find it'll be kind of the same. You know, it's been almost 20 years since he's been playing that game, but once he gets back into it, I'm sure he'll remember where things are and some of the quests and how things went. So I would say if you've never played it before, that it would be a good purchase, especially since it's been kind of remastered. But don't expect it to play really smooth and not stutter. It's going to stutter. That's part of the game engine. It doesn't matter your hardware. Skooma. Let's take the weak poisons too. I'll take them soul gems also. Asteria Wildheart. Pardon me, doggy. There's a bunch of potatoes out here. Alright. Take the potatoes.
You're back. I hope you didn't mind that dive. Oh, is she giving you trouble? The gem? Oh, Divine's the gem from the camp? Oh, here, take it. Do whatever you like with it. I don't need it. I can't believe I've done this. What a fool.
What will you do now?
I need to rehearse an apology. I'd rather not yell across the cave while you're here listening. It's too embarrassing.
I really like that they used some of the graphical features from Unreal Engine 5, you know, like lumen and nanites and better looking parallax textures and things like that. I'd like to see that implemented at a game engine level on the next Elder Scrolls is what I would really like to see. So hopefully it's a preview of the kind of graphical stuff we have to come. Hopefully also it's, you know, Bethesda paying attention and going, hey, look, here's a game from 19 years ago when games were made with passion and, you know, thought rather than just quickly slapped together to make a buck, you know, and people love it. This is what the public wants. So you want to be successful? This is the kind of game you need to produce. Hopefully it's a wake-up call for the, you know, the game industry to produce a better quality game for all of us. You know, a true RPG where you have choices and consequences and, you know, character creation and everything else. That really puts you into the game. And also, like, you know, you're choosing a class. Where that... Okay, wait a minute. Give me just a second. What's this? I agree. If it goes down to $30, I will put out $30 for it. But at $50, I can't see doing it because I already know the content. I've already played the game multiple times, and I own the game. You know. I'm entering a dangerous location. Oh no. What's so dangerous about it? Well, there's a cave here. Snow-covered halt. Alright, dangerous location. Let's get our doggy going. Never played it. Won't spend that much on a reskin. It's a good game. If you never played it, I could see putting out the money for it. This looks dangerous. Oh my gosh, 700 points of... Oh crud. Yeah, this is gonna be dangerous. One shot, drop my doggy. Oh my gosh. Run away, I'm in a corner. I'm gonna die. Totally gonna die. Oh yeah, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. Run. 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 Heal. How am I gonna heal? We're dead. We're dead. Everybody drink. Oh no! Death, I could not escape you forever. An unwelcome end. We died. Okay. Well, unfortunately, that means we gotta quit all the way out and start over because loading from there isn't good. Was Ari even doing anything? No, not really. She was over there fighting, but not that great. So we died. That was a dangerous location. We probably don't want to do that until we're much higher level. 3 Earth Mothers. Yeah, we're like level 3. Yeah, no. I mean, I'd like to think that the next Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be graphically amazing, that it's going to be well optimized, that it's not going to have 10,000 loading screens, and that it's going to have good content. Sadly, looking at games that came out 14 to 19 years ago, I'll tell you what, if they really wanted to do something special, give Morrowind the same graphics you just gave Oblivion and re-release that game. That was a great game. Had a lot of hand-placed assets, little Easter eggs. You actually had to work to become the leader of a guild. It was like you had to do, instead of doing 5 things and you're the leader of a guild, you had to do 35 things and travel all over the place. The lore was very rich. Just a well-made game. It's probably going to drop me right inside of that cave, which means we want to turn around and go right back out, because we're not going to survive it. Yeah, we're going right back out. Come on, Ari. We're going right back out. We're not going to survive that cave. We're gonna need more spells. Alright, what other kind of spells do we have? Telekinesis. Telekinesis is fun, but... Alright, where are we going? I want to go down here. We could go up by Helgen. Let's go up and find out about Helgen. We did make level 5. We've been playing this character for 5 hours, and there's a shrine to Hircine. Should we be a follower of Hircine? Slay the living in open combat, especially those stronger than you, as they live as a werewolf.
I'll eat your heart.
Tell him, Ari.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you're going to get. Victory is yours. I submit.
I didn't even know there was a chest under there. That's a skill book. Tidimp, 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 tidimp. Give me the river Betty. They make good poisons. Speaking about making good poisons, yeah, we've got a different deity right now. We don't need that, or that, or that, or those. Do we have a mortise and pestle? Okay, so we have some things we don't know what they do yet. Let's eat some stuff. We need to put more into stamina. Unless, of course, it's just because we have combat stress. Well, we're tired, we're hungry, and we're thirsty. Why is that not showing? Now it's showing. That looks better. So we probably want to dump something into stamina next level up. We're still tired. We're trying to get to Chanterelle. Let's go that way and see if we can get to Chanterelle. What's up, Phantom? Stop and pet the kitty.
Hmm?
There's a skull wearing a hat at the carriage stop. That's kind of unique. And Hummingbird just pushed me out of the way. We don't really have any way to stay warm other than building a fire. We don't have a pickaxe. That means that there's a dryad nearby. That's cracked tusk. Which means we're close. Let's go grab this. This is darn thrice cursed zombies. Zombie. This is where we want to go. Who, Ari? Ari's our little Red Riding Hood. Our little Red Robin Hood. Go collect some trauma root. You know, we should really see what that does. What does trauma root do? Weakness to shock. And look, red grass. More red grass. All right. Now we're going full hunter. Why do we have a zombie way over here? $8,600 feet away? Yeah, I don't know about that. So Chanterelle is a really beautiful place, especially when you're running Ray Trace Global Illumination. This is Chanterelle. So, just so you know, we came in right here. All of this is Chanterelle. It's a huge world space with lots of things to see. And if there's another pass over here that leads to another world space about the same size. So this is all part of the Nico experience. Well, now we really need to kill that bear. He got himself stuck in a tree. Oh, we're gonna need some help. Oh, and now we're gonna need some help with this guy. Good job, doggy. Where's my friends? There they are. So yeah, really just a really pretty place A lot of these trees are done by Bluebow, and they're all hand placed. So it's not procedurally generated. And it's actually pretty easy on the frame rate. So Vactrol was pretty smart to make it look as lush as it is. Vactrol upsized the small shrubs. So they're the same amount of polys, they're just larger, which makes like this shrub right here in front of me. It's the same amount of polys as a smaller version. He just upsized it. It's like 2 times as big. So that makes everything look really lush without killing your frame rate. It's actually a pretty smart thing to do. So if you look at it from the sky, you'll see the grass really isn't that thick, but all the grass is much taller, which makes everything look very lush. Yeah, I mean that's why it looks so lush and full, but it's not killing my frame rate or my VRAM. It's because there's the same amount of items, they're just larger. Wolf, yes. So we're standing in water. Again, here I'll show you. Just really smart. So that's where we're standing. But you see the grass really isn't that thick. When you look at the instances of how much grass is there, it's really not that thick, right? But then look at it from being down on the ground. And tell me that doesn't look thick and lush. It's because all the, okay, look how tall the grass is compared to my character too. Uh-oh. Get out of that. Get a bigger weapon. We knocked him down. We didn't kill him. Now he's dead. Look how big the lavender is. But some things they left the same size, like Deathbell. We're surrounded. Couldn't climb that, could you? Stop moving around, I want to shoot you. Oh my gosh, we died. The Earl sends me a letter to go talk with him. Wake up at 2 a.m. He's angry at you. Okay. Everybody drink. We died. We're back at the last bed we slept in, which is Checkpoint Melbar. Oh boy, okay. All right, we got to get back in there. Yes, that is a dragon. He's not hostile though. It's part of an interesting NPC. Oh, you know what that is? Should we go train up our archery a little bit?
Name's Anji. And if you try anything stupid, I won't hesitate to put an arrow in your head.
Calm down. I'm not going to hurt you.
Sorry, a girl can't be too careful out here. Like I said, name's Anji, and I've been living out here for a couple of years now.
What are those targets for?
I set up those targets a long time ago. I shoot at them from time to time. Don't want to get rusty with my bow.
Rusty.
Are you any good with your bow?
That I am. You know how to use one?
No, not really.
Well, let me know if you ever want to practice. If you need a bow, there's one on the rack to the left of the door.
I'm ready for some practice.
Excellent. Follow me to the targets and we'll begin. My father was rarely home, so it was my mother who actually taught me how to use a bow.
Such a loyal hound dog.
She always said composure was the key to a successful archer.
We don't have a bow.
If you can remain calm,
Oh, we do
even
have a
in the
bow.
midst of chaos, your arrow will most likely find its target. Okay, let's see what you can do. Remember to stay within the boundaries and only use the practice arrows. I have some if you don't have any. Aim for the middle target. Nice shot, right on target. Now hit the target to the left. Great shot. Now hit the target to the right. Nice shot, right on target. Let me know if you want to practice some more. Next time we'll make it a little more challenging.
I'm ready for some more practice.
Excellent. Follow me to the targets and we'll begin.
I like your armor.
My older brother took me out hunting a lot when I was little. At the time, it was difficult to keep food on the table, let alone have enough left over to sell at the market. So whenever we came across more than one deer in a single location, it was imperative we kill as many as we could. If you can learn to keep your composure and trust that each shot is true, then you should be able to quickly handle multiple targets. When I tell you to, try and hit each of the 3 closest targets in 8 seconds. I'll count to 3 and then say go. You have 8 seconds to hit each of the 3 targets. Draw string and get ready. 1, 2, 3. Go! Be careful. You did it! All 3 targets in 8 seconds. Nice job. Let me know if you want to practice some more.
Anya's
Next time
a
we'll make it
ghost?
a little more challenging.
You mean Anji or Anya?
Great job hitting those targets.
'Cause this is
You
Anji.
definitely surprised me with your speed and composure.
I'm ready for some more practice.
Excellent. Follow me to the targets and we'll begin. We've talked about speed and composure. Now we'll go over precision. Oftentimes, you won't be able to get as close to your prey as you'd like, and you'll have to settle with a long shot.
Anji's a ghost?
However, with such a long shot,
I don't think she's a ghost.
it's more than likely that's the only shot you'll be able to take before your prey runs off. If you find yourself in such a situation, then you need to make your shot count. Don't rush your shot. Crouch down, get comfortable, and take aim. Okay, your turn. Try and hit the target way in the back, far behind the other three. Remember to take your time and make your shot count. Nice shot, right on target. Let me know if you want to practice some more. Next time we'll make it a little more
I'm ready for some more practice.
Excellent. Follow me to the targets and we'll begin. We've talked about composure, speed, and precision. Now it's time to use all three at once. I'm warning you now. This challenge will be quite difficult. Just remember everything I've taught you, and you should be able to complete it. It may take you a couple of tries, but that's what practice is all about. When I tell you to, try and hit all 4 targets in 10 seconds. I'll count to 3 and then say go. You have 10 seconds to hit each of the 4 targets. Draw string and get ready. 1, 2, 3... Go! Hey, watch it! You did it! All 4 targets in 10 seconds. Nice job. Yeah?
Got our archery up to 20.
I'm ready for some more practice.
I think I've taught you everything I know. You might even be as good as me now. Kind of scary if I think about it.
Thanks for helping me out.
It was my pleasure. It's not often I get visitors out here, let alone friendly ones. Thanks for sticking around and keeping me company. It was nice to finally meet someone out here who doesn't want to rob you or take off your head. I know it isn't much, but here, take this bow. It was given to me by my family. It's special to me, but brings back too many painful memories. Remember, composure and speed. You don't need to see your arrow hit before moving on to your next target. Trust your shot is true.
Be good, Angel. All right. Thanks for the help, Anji. Now we got to go back to Chanterelle. Oh yeah. I don't know if I'm buying into she's a ghost. Interesting theory, though. We gotta take out this cougar. Well, I already took him out. That's where we want to go. Cougar's up there. That wasn't the same cougar. Well, that's the cougar there. All right, cool. Good job, team. We shot him with practice arrow. Maybe we should not shoot him with a practice arrow. I got a bunch of iron arrows. I'll use those. All right. Tell you what, let's put a save right here. We haven't saved in a while. Torch bug. Sorry, Nico. So yeah, we're still at the point where we got to run away from things. Otherwise they'll kick our butts. What's up, Luxie? It made me kill the dog. That's just not right. Let's go see the natives. They're using the orcish beds.
Yes? What can I do for you? Good dog. They don't have a whole lot to say. Ari's probably digging this place out. What can I do for you?
Huh?
What have you got for sale?
Take a look.
I fit right in. Fire arrows. Ooh. And a hunting bow of souls. Well, we've got enough gold. Honey, you shrunk the kids. Anji's bow only does 10 damage. Weighs 7. That does 10 damage, weighs 7. Sorry, Anji, we're selling your bow. Yeah, start soul trapping deer or whatever. This is a birdhouse. Love the moon rays. This is an elevator. I think it's an elevator. It is an elevator. Yeah, serious moon rays. Native rests. Can we milk the cow? We can totally milk the cow. That's my personal chest. Oh, we can stash some stuff in there. Probably heavy stuff. That's pretty good. That's our bed. We can sleep here. Moon runes. An easy thing to miss. Well, we're 2 points away from going up a level. Well, it's raining pretty good. That is a big dead bird. What's in the crate? Ooh, jackpot! Now we got some cool arrows. Burn those up first. Wait a minute. Now we're cooking. Now we can capture some souls. That is a mammoth. Oh, not a very friendly mammoth either. That'd probably give us a lot of meat. We hunting mammoths? Ari's help. And we got a soul out of the deal. Well, not really that much meat, but okay. This is Mammoth Valley. The weather's horrendous. That's better. Makes me wonder if there's anything interesting over here. It's like a whole bunch of torch bugs. We better run. But I have the high ground, Anakin. Oh, not for long. We need better arrows. What kind of arrows are we? Using? I don't know, but they kind of suck. Those are some good arrows. If we could hit him. Nice kill shot. Give me back my... Oh, those were stone arrows. No wonder they sucked. Ooh, mushroom heaven. Dun, 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 dun. So this is where we came in, and we went through this valley. We have a lot left to discover. All right. What's that? That is a really cool texture. It's like a forest floor texture. It's all parallaxed. Alright, I see bad guys. Oh boy.
Ha!
That looks like a cave or something over there. Anything special about the green things? Not really. We got fishies. Well, I guess that's not a cave. Kind of looked like a cave. A little hungry. We do not eat dog meat. Missed him. Send in the hounds. Hunting wild pig with 2 dogs. Sounds like fun. These guys, they're not too smart. They just come charging up on you. I let the dogs out. This looks like Unlucky Foot. This is actually a good base camp. Oh, that ain't right. Everybody drink. Ari, help me to my feet. Well, thanks, Ari. I appreciate that. But that was just wrong. That thing just smacked me upside the head. What's up with that dead guy? Kind of tainting the water, I think. Just harvesting a bunch of ingredients. Trying to do the backstroke, obviously. What? Head stuck in the mud? We are definitely over encumbered. All right, let's see what we don't know. Oh, we've got a bed. Let's go up to level 6. What do you think? Uh, 25 on that. We're definitely doing that. Alchemy. We're going to be an alchemist. We're going to make poisons and stuff, so... And we want to put this into probably stamina. We have 3 perks to increase. Where's alchemy? There. Poisoner. So destruction, alchemy, one-handed, archery. We got dragon bones, small antlers. Oh, now we have a pickaxe. We're way over encumbered, but that's okay. Some nightshade, gleam blossoms, geode. We don't need that. We don't need those. Well, we can move around. Let's make some potions. Probably some damage health. Small antler. So that'll slow them down, damage their health, weaker to poison. Make a few of those. That's a good poison. What else we got? River Biddy, Nernroot, Death Bell. We have a cache here. I don't think we do. So caches are nice because you can access them from multiple locations. Well, that means we're putting it in the staff, baby. Let's read a couple of books, shall we? What's the anonymous letter? Oh, the Rising Dead. Dinner invitation. Blood Chill Manor. Is there anything I can get for you, baby? No? Alright. What does Ari have for me? A flawless diamond? Why, thank you, Ari. And a flawless emerald. And a flawless amethyst. You must really like me, Ari. We're gonna get some help here. We're doing conjuration stuff. So now we can get rid of those books because we know those two spells. And then we can do this. Let's put that in 4, and we'll put that in 5. Let's disenchant that. We can chop deadwood with that, but we can't chop down trees with that. So that does 32, that does 25. We're gonna dump those off. Does 50. $22. We have any bones? Not really. Any wood? We have 11 firewood. Just save 4. Garbage. Technically not really garbage, but we don't need those yet. Booze. Don't need 6 bottles of wine. Don't need 7 honey brew mead either. We have some rotten food too, but let's get the good food first. Let's call that down. 6 baked potatoes. Carrot. Next shelf down, we're going to put the spoiled stuff. Don't want to mix the spoiled stuff with the good stuff, right? We're down to 180 on the carry weight. What can we enchant or disenchant? Black soul gem. Yeah, we don't know very much. We have to disenchant some stuffs. We need to make something to stay warm. Well, a fur cloak could do it. Pelt cloaks, reindeer pauldrons. I'm sorry, what?
I need a fur cloak.
You need a fur cloak? Well, what do you want me to make it out of? Because I can make it out of a bunch of things here. Got reindeer. I can make it out of reindeer. You like reindeer? No. Saber cat. Or wolf. Let's take a look at the wolf one. Well, I guess we can't take a look at it until we make it. So we need leather strips. We have 2 deer hides, so we'll do that. So now we can do the reindeer short, reindeer with pauldrons, saber cat, let's make one out of saber cat. Let's make one, these are just mantles. Oh, that's pretty cool. Kind of clips through the hair pretty good, though. Wonder what we could wear that doesn't clip through the hair. Hey, what's up, Pro Gamer? Yeah, it'll be warmer. So we can actually put that, let's put that on 8. So now we can hotkey it just to stay warm if the weather's cool. We are pretty cold and we're tired. So why don't we jump in bed? And let's rest till morning. Oh. Oh. Stretch it out. All right. What's up, Iron? Iron Tavern. It's good. It's going good. We're 2.5 hours into the stream. We're running around with Ari and Miko, and we're in Chanterelle, and the game has been running stable. We can stand here. So yeah, we haven't had any crashes or issues or problems of any kind, so I would say it's going pretty good. I like it when the game runs like it should. Deathbell. And we're kind of an alchemist, hunter, conjurer. Oh, speaking of conjuration. Oh yeah, okay, we did that. So we can do this. We can conjure grummites. That's a grummite with a sword. Which one's this one? Needs a chromite with a sword too. Alright, fish face. So we're a conjurer. And we're a hunter and an alchemist. So we're making poisons. And we're running around Chanterelle, doing the survival thing. Well, we're kind of a spell sword too, because we're running a single-bladed sword, or a single-handed sword, and a spell. A big update for Windows 11? Oh crap, what are they breaking now? Yeah, well, they gotta keep us on our toes. They keep breaking shit, right? So now I guess these are cows, so we can milk the cows. Do I use it? Windows 11? Yeah, I'm on Windows 11. 24H2. Although I ran a script to pretty much debloat it. I got rid of Cortana, I got rid of Copilot, I got rid of Edge, I got rid of Edge Update, I got rid of... So basically I just stripped my operating system down of all the crap I'm never going to use. That's running in the background and slowing everything else down that I actually want to do. You know, so that's pretty much what I do with my Windows. I debloat it. I have exactly 3 programs that start up with Windows. And I turned off a lot of the services for Windows because I don't need them. I'm not hooked to a fax machine. I'm not, hooked to a telephone line. So all these things that start up with Windows by default that are eating up all your IRQs or all your lanes on your highway, get rid of all that crap. Strip it down. Basically, my computer is mostly for gaming and email. Yeah. Oh, the sun came out. We really need to learn to summon a flame atronach so we can stay warm, or find a fire. I know you're coming, buddy. Hey, don't worry about it. I got him. Oh, I did not get that guy, though.
Oh, is that it?
Go get him, Nico. Let me help you out. I keep telling people this, the really interesting thing about Windows the latest version of Windows is I can dig down through the files and I can find, oh my gosh, I can find windows that look exactly like the screens, right? That look exactly like Windows 7 or Windows XP. They're still in there. They just keep putting more layers of crap over the top of it to make it pretty. Yeah, well, I don't need it pretty. I need it functional with very little overhead. So I understand why a lot of people are going to Linux-based stuff because, yeah, that's going to be... Linux has gotten really good. I mean, back when I was running a dual boot operating system, Linux was kind of a pain in the butt because you had to put everything in command line. You know, if you wanted to install a program, you had to write code. If you wanted to uninstall a program, you had to write code. Everything you had to write code. Now you've got things like Mint and other versions of Linux that are very user-friendly. They're a lot more like Windows would be, right? With menus and stuff to work your way around and get to different things. So, alright, so we're going to hang around here in Chanterelle for a while longer. This is a way back to Skyrim. Why don't we go back to Skyrim? We're going to do some of the main quest. Or at least get to Riverwood and get to Whiterun and do some of that stuff. GeForce wants to access your Discord. Well, I'm getting one now that, I mean, I didn't see anything about GeForce wanting to access my Discord. I got really pretty turkeys. What's up, turkey? So now we know where we get the turkey feathers for the arrow fletching. The one that I'm getting is an overlay for Discord. So what I do is I just shut Discord off before I'm running any games. I don't need it on in the background anyway. I'm not going to be answering people on Discord while I'm playing a game anyway. They're going to have to wait until I'm done. Yeah, I just don't run Discord while I'm gaming. Shut it off. Well, we're going to attempt this. We're probably going to die. It's in the Discord settings. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I'm pretty sure it's to send video straight to Discord. But it's an overlay, and a lot of things that I use don't like overlays. Always. They're always going to do that. You think they wouldn't? I'll take the big one. Let's throw a gromite in there too, huh? No gromite.
souls for living shall fear the dead.
Hey, where you been, ugly?
You are not welcome here.
That was an ogre? I'll take all them wisp wrappings. And void salts. Alright, don't set off the trap, moron. Hey, don't wuss out on me. Go get him.
I don't usually judge by appearance, but you sure are ugly.
Apparently flesh golems are vampires. According to the bestiary.
Does someone, mortal fool, no one hides from the dead.
Oh my gosh.
Death comes for you now.
Good dog.
No one hides from the dead. I will return.
Not likely. Google lost 2 of their antitrust lawsuits. Yeah, well, things like upscalers and or frame generators do not like overlays. And since I use both, I don't want any kind of an overlay going on. Although I can run Riva Tuner and MSI Afterburner, which is kind of interesting because that's an overlay, right? You know, one thing I wanted to try? I mean, right now you can see up in the upper left-hand corner where it says level up available. Just above that, you've got 36/144. That's lossless scaling. I've got it locked at 36 frames a second in this, right? If I unlock it, then I'm actually running about 54 frames a second indoors with RTGI running. So if I turn that off, then I'm cranking out. So I've got my frame rate locked at 75 in display tweaks. So it's never going to go above 75 because I have animation issues above 75. But yeah, running RTGI drops me down to about 55, 53 frames a second. But I'm still outputting 144. The thing is, you can see that in the upper corner. The one thing that I wanted to try, let me alt tab here for a second. I want to try adding a new Is it going to let me do it? Game capture window. Okay. Any full screen application, specific window. The window I want to capture is so I got lossless scaling. Let's capture that one. DLAA. Yeah, I run that also. Okay. So let's turn off display capture. And we're going to leave on game capture. So is that just a black screen for you guys? Hold on a second, let me refresh this. No, that's not. I'm just wondering if that runs any smoother. Oops, sorry. So you tell me if that's smoother or not as smooth. I'm thinking it's not as smooth. But you guys tell me. Is that smoother than what I was doing before or not as smooth? So I can always change it back. Looks smooth, but I disappeared. Oh, okay. There, is that better? Now I'm back. It's too small of a difference, hard to tell. The only thing with this is it's not the full display. It's only capturing the game. Okay.
I sense a presence. Death comes for you now.
Out of my way, Ari.
Pathetic. Only a
Looks fine. Does it look smooth when I move around, or is it pixelated at all? That's what I want to know. Burn, baby, burn. Fox. Moth. Pull the lever, Kronk. It looks the same. Well, then I'll probably go back to the other one because this doesn't show the little number in the upper left-hand corner. It says, well, right now it says 52,143 because I don't have that turned on. But now it says 36,144. So I'm locking the frame rate and then using lossless scaling. So we'll go back to the other one. Give me a second. So we'll turn off that one and turn on that one. Now you should be able to see that number in the upper left-hand corner from lossless scaling. Also, you'd be able to see it if I do any kind of an overlay like that. You'll be able to see that too.
Who dares disturb? You are not welcome here.
All right. I mean, I kind of like it better with just the full display. One's game capture, the other's display capture. Pixelization seems to be a fine line. YouTube's coding or whatever they use for graphics encoding. Well, if it looks the same, I'm going to go this way. But thanks for the feedback. I appreciate it. I mean, as far as my internet speed, I don't think I can crank any more bit rate than I'm already cranking and play the game. Now, if I had a capture card or something, I might be able to crank a little bit more on the bit rate, but I don't. So we're running everything through one graphics card and one CPU. All right, which way are we going? What's up, Pastor? So it looks like we need to go that way. No. She's actually a Breton that has cat ears, animated cat ears. So they're pretty cool because they're animated. So they just kind of, they move around depending on what she's doing. But she's Breton. If this were Twitch, they'd encode using a potato. Okay. I don't know, I don't do Twitch, so I'm not familiar with it. Alright, this is going to be a battle. So let's... Okay, poisons don't work on these guys. So why don't we throw a Grumite in there. We don't want to shoot Ari. We do want to shoot that guy. Get over there. Hey, we took him out. Nice. Riorn's drum. Not really interested in any of that. Turkey! Would you stop pushing me, dog? I'm trying to shoot a turkey. Can I kick him? These turkeys are pretty tough. I can't kill the turkey. That's some turkey of a thing. No, I'm not playing on Legendary. I'm playing on Adept actually, and I'm only level 6, so I'm not doing a whole lot of damage.
Never should have come here. Yeah. Damn you.
Where'd the Oregonian go? There he is. That's a reanimation. Okay, that's a big bad guy. We don't want to get close to him. He's level 30 and we're level 6. So, yeah, we're taking you out from a distance, buddy. You're not going to get anywhere near me. I'm not going to let you. I do love archery locational damage, so if I shoot him in the face, it does more damage. And it'll drop him. I had to put 6 arrows in that guy to drop him. And I'm running around with 2 followers and a Grummite. Looks like we're ready to go up a level. Should we go stay at the inn? Wildcat, Ultimate Combat.
There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
2 times
I've got
damage
this
on the
thing I'm
headshot.
supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
That'll work.
Let's see.
The
I
thing,
have this letter.
the thing I like
It's
about
for you.
archery
Looks like that's
locational
all.
damage
I have to leave.
is it's not just
Riches
headshots.
beyond imagining. I found these words inscribed in ancient dwarven ruins in the Reach. I believe they mark the entrance to a forgotten city. My brother went in a few days ago and hasn't returned. I need someone I can count on to go in after him and bring him back alive. I've heard great things about you, which is why I'm asking for your help. I'll be waiting for you in the ruins. Please hurry. And remember, riches beyond imagining. Cassia.
Okay, so that's Forgotten City. We've listened to that. Let me get back to archery locational damage. The thing I like about that is it's not just headshots. If you shoot a mage in the arm, it takes them longer to cast a spell. If you shoot anyone in the leg, it affects their movement speed. If you shoot them in the head, it knocks them to the ground, and it does more damage. Also, if you shoot them in the torso, it'll do more damage than shooting them in an arm or a leg. So it really pays off aiming. It rewards people who aim their shots. And that's what I like about it.
Good dog.
Wounds, and each wound does a different thing. Yeah.
Steel's good, but loyalty's better.
Well, there's
I'm loyal to Dengear
lots of
first
different ways
and
to
the
go
Empire
about it.
second. See me at my forge if you need arms or armor.
Lord, I'm thankful for the room and board, but maybe it's best I stay somewhere else. What if people get the wrong idea?
You'll meet a lot of tongue-wagging gossips in this town. Try not to take them too seriously.
What did she drop off to me? Oh, Cassius' plea. Alright, where do we want to go from here? That's a good question. Well, we haven't been to Helgen yet. Why don't we go that way? Everybody's been asking me that, and I'll give you the same answer I give everybody else. I own Oblivion. I first played Oblivion on the day of its release in 2006, and I played nothing but Oblivion until 2011. 2011, if you catch my drift. So I played Oblivion non-stop until Skyrim's release. I know the story. I know all the quests. I know all of it. So if I bought the game, I would be buying it specifically because it looks better than the version I own. Right? It doesn't really play any better than the version I own. It only looks better than the version I own. It does not support modding. There is no mod support, really. Other, beyond reshade and changing text or something, or the UI. There really is no modding like there is for Oblivion, the original game, where you can get new quests and you can get new weapons and new armor and new locations, and there really isn't any modding like that for it yet. Okay, so you wouldn't be getting it for the mods. You'd be getting it strictly because it looks better. But do I really want to play? I mean, it would be a really nostalgic trip down memory lane, right? For me to play it. Don't get me wrong. There is some draw to doing that, but I don't think it's worth $50. for me to do that. Now, if I'd never played the game before, then it might be worth $50 to play it, because then it would be all new content to me. It would be a new game. But considering that I know all the content, it's worth maybe $30 or less to me. So I'm going to wait until it goes on sale, and then I'll pick it up when it's on sale.
What was that?
And I'll enjoy all the beautiful graphic improvements. At that time. Well, I do plan to do it, and I'll admit to it. I was actually looking at it the other day. The best price I found for it was like $41 or $42. That's still more than I want to spend on it. I mean, if it was all new content, then yeah. But then I'm starting to look at reviews, and people were actually taking a really good look at it, and about how it's playing, right? And they're finding, you know, frame rate drops that were part of the original game. And that's because they're using the original game engine from 2006. Now they've layered it with Unreal Engine, but when Oblivion came out, it was really at the cutting edge of what the hardware could handle. That's one of the reasons I got into modding. Was I bought Oblivion, I brought it home, and I put it on my badass gaming rig, and guess what? Blue screen to death and crashes, and it was unplayable. And the reason it was unplayable was it really pushed the hardware, but also because the game engine itself wasn't very optimized, right? So it still has that. I'm not sure exactly how they did it either, to be honest with you. But from the looks of things, it looks like the models, the distant LOD, the effects like reflection, shadow, things like that are all being handled by UE5.
Fire, frost, or lightning, you will suffer at my hands.
But the actual game, you know, as far as dialogue and NPCs reacting and things like that, that's going to be handled by the same engine that it was handled by before. Drink enemy blood. This is not Skyrim. It is Skyrim. It is just heavily modified. So, Lord Tabaro is correct. Heavily modified. I do like the changes they made to the leveling system. It's a lot more like what I'm using in my Skyrim, right? Which is static skill leveling with experience. So you get points from finding new locations and from killing enemies and from completing quests. So in this version of Skyrim, that's how you're going to get points. Now when you level up, you can put those points into whatever attribute you want. So that's what's similar about this compared to how they redid Oblivion. Because same thing, you can put your points wherever you want to now. It's not based on what you've been doing. Okay, kind of like, I don't know if you remember Morrowind, but Morrowind, if you spend all your time with a bow and arrow, you would be able to put points into agility. You would get a multiplier for it. And if you spent all your time running, you know, you would be able to put a point into endurance or whatever. So it was based on what you were doing. Where with static skill leveling, you can put the points wherever you want. Fault Skyrim leveling plus a mod called World's Dawn brings back the attributes. We really need an offhand blade. Well, this one uses, well, a couple different things. We're using experience, which I just described to you, static skill leveling, which goes really well with experience, and then we're also using custom skills. So we've got other custom skills, and then this is a really good one, Destiny. So this one is, it's what it says it is, class menu. So if you look at the top line of this, it's all different classes: Blood Knight, Battle Mage, Summoner, Archmage, Templar, Shaman, Bard, okay? And if you go the other way, because the one in the middle is going to be more, so General, Monk, so you're going between Warrior and Thief now. Berserker, Saboteur, Assassin, Rogue, Stalker, Nightblade. Okay, and you're working your way up to it, and you get a point to spend here that's not a regular perk point. You get one of these every 4 levels you go up. So it takes, there's 7 to get to the top if you follow a single path. So level 29 before you are what you're going to become. So I really like that one. That's a good one. Another one that I really like is this one, Weapon Arts. And this is based on, okay, if you've got a 75 restoration, you can get a spell that cures all diseases. The beam of crackling energy requires destruction of 60, right? You have to complete Break of Dawn and have a minimum 30 restoration, but this will help you out. Infuse weapon with divine might before jumping up and striking downward. So this is a way to help out against undead. So there's all these other, but they're all, this requires heavy armor of 100. So there are requirements. Alright, I don't want to hurt Miko. So I think that one's a wolf. Okay, that one's a wolf. But Miko looks like a wolf. And I use Ordinator. Yeah, Weapon Arts is cool because you're not going to get any of them at a low level. Alright, you're not going to get any of these at a low level. There are things that'll help you out when you get to a higher level, because they all have requirements. So like upon use, set free remnants, destined death, plunging the weapon in the ground, summon a myriad of blades, requires 75 in either one-handed or two-handed. So you don't get that spell, and it's a spell that works like taunt. Okay, so you can cast this, you can put it down here and cast this while you have 2 weapons drawn. As like a taunt. Vulcanator, kind of the best of both worlds. I used Valkyrie for a while, and I really enjoyed it. Valkyrie was cool, but I wanted some more choices. Deep shade of blade that worked. Took some experimenting with overlaying body paints. Color the paint to the skin. Okay. Recommendation on a mod yesterday? Yeah. Without the drow race? Okay, cool. There's more than one way to skin a cat, for sure. We're cooking dogs. Yeah, drow race is cool. Oh no, my exhaustion is increasing. We're tired. Well, let's try to make it to Riverwood. Actually, you know what? We've never been... I've got two different... Well, we've got ducks too. But I've got two different kinds of water lilies also. So these are the lilies. Actually, I've got three different kinds. I've got these lilies, and these lilies. Which is crazy. Come here, fishy. Fishy, fishy. Wolfie. Alright, you guys have fun with that. We're going to go up here because we haven't done this yet. So we're going warrior, thief, or mage. Mage. Asteria Wildheart? Yeah. That's her name. Actually, Wildheart was a decision from one of our viewers. Asteria was a random name. Yeah, Vulcanator Black, I mean, there's... The way I have perk points set up, although I have a mod where you can add more perk points per level if you wanted to, but the way I have it set up, you kind of have to choose what you want to specialize in. You can't be a jack of all trades. You're not going to get enough perk points to fill everything up. So... Oh, we scared that one away. He ran away. Big wussy. So it's more of, okay, it almost forces you to role play it. Right? Because you're not going to have enough perk points to be a jack of all trades, especially when it comes to skill trees like Ordinator. You don't get enough perk points to fill it all up. I mean, I've gotten to like level 60 and I still don't have anything at 100. Because I still want to try to be jack of all trades, you know. But I guess if I specialized...
I've been waiting too long for this.
Oh yeah? Here, eat that. You want another one? Have another one. What about your little friend over here too? Bandit hidden?
You afraid to fight me?
No, I'm not. Why are you hiding behind a log?
No one crosses me!
Ha,
what a coward! Ah! Ah, it burns! Ah!
Torched him. Torch a little birdie too. That's not good.
Little pipsqueak like you thinks they can take me on?
Yeah, I do.
Ah! Ah! I'll split you in two. Ah! You bastard!
Hey, how do you know my parents weren't married? Yeah, Vulcanator Black is that had way too many choices for me. But Valkyrie, I thought could use a few more choices. Ordinator was kind of, it's got some that I'm never going to use, like, you know, the trained rabbit and whatever else, but it gives people options if they want to do something like that, you know? They don't have to, but they have an option. And I do like that playing like an unarmored hand-to-hand combat monk is a viable option in my mod list. With the custom skills and everything else, it's a viable option. No, we don't want to study, we just want to grab these. We're going to make some money. We're going to learn some spells. A lot of these are conjurations. So we are going to be a conjurer. These are kind of freebies. Okay, not kind of. They are freebies. We actually have some more freebies over here. Those are nice. Now we're taking it all. Now we're over encumbered. The ones without the Well, that is not an SMP cloak.
New to Riverwood? If you're looking for work, go see Hod at the mill.
Well, we're keeping the satchel. But I think we're going back to the Forsworn armor. That puts me at a really low armor rating, though.
I'm waiting.
Sven! We got another freebie over here. This one I like a lot.
Crazy. That true?
Sure I did, and I'd do it again.
That's my boy.
We are way over encumbered. Need to sell some stuff off. Let's go talk to Lucan. Yeah, I know I'm carrying too much to be able to run.
Well, one of us has to do something.
I think Bliss is in here too.
No adventures, no theatrics.
What are
no
you doing
thief
that
chasing.
for? Well, what are you going to do then? Huh?
Hello, friend.
Let's hear
That
it.
is Bliss.
We are done talking about this. Oh, a customer. Sorry you had to hear that.
I think I'm going to stick with this armor. I like it a lot. It's called the Lily. It's a mashup. Let's read some books.
Maybe you could talk some sense into my pig-headed brother.
Maybe.
You're not from around here. That makes two of us.
Daedrith.
I came here from the Imperial Province to work with my brother Lucan.
We can get an Ulgrim.
It got bad back in Cyrodiil. The war with the Thalmor ruined everything. I came to Skyrim looking for a better life. So what did I get? Another war. Maybe you could talk some sense into my pig-headed brother. You're not from around here. That makes two of us.
Which one did I learn?
Me
Feral?
to see you again.
Huh?
We're gonna be pretty tired. So now we know a few more. Let's put that in F6. Well, we need to wait an hour. So let's see if we can wait a couple hours. Scamps do like fire damage.
You're not supposed to be in here.
That's close enough.
Huh. Nothing here after all.
Cannot study while in combat. I'm not in combat. While trespassing.
What was that?
Yeah, let me out.
I knew it! It's nothing. Get her! Ha! What a coward!
Alright, wait a minute. I don't want to fight you. I'm over encumbered. You got anything for sale? Is there a guard around here? Do I have a bounty? I have a 5 bounty in Whiterun. Well, so be it. What's up, doggy? Gotta give him a snack. Do we have any raw meat? Yes, we do. Good boy, Stumpy. Alright, well, it's going to take forever to get there, so I think what we got to do is we got to go... We're going to put something into the staff. We don't have to get rid of much. So why don't we go here? Okay, now we should be able to move. Someone goes,
Hello.
Hello,
Can I help
Ari. No, that's okay. Don't want to talk to you, just trying to leave. Now I wonder if he's still going to be pissed. It's locked. So we need to wait. Need to wait an hour. We're hungry, we're thirsty, we're tired. Probably have combat stress too.
Take care with those flames.
Still locked. Well, I guess we're not doing any business there. We haven't been to Helgen yet. Let's go talk to Farengar. He's got some spells. I really need to learn Flame Atronach. Because that's the one that's going to keep me warm. Need my hot girlfriend. Isn't there a... Yes, there is. She got lots of hair. We might be able to go up 2 levels when we finally sleep. Stand over here for a minute and warm up. Here we go.
Good enough.
Missed him.
What are you doing that for?
Because I want to go talk to this chick over here.
Well, that's taken care of. No thanks to you.
I tried my best.
Ha! Another milk drinker crying about their effort. Glory only awaits those who triumph. And as companions, our glory must always be hard fought.
Who are the companions?
An outsider, eh? Never heard of the companions? An order of warriors. We are brothers and sisters in honor. And we show up to solve problems if the coin is good enough.
Can I join you?
Not for me to say. You'll have to talk to Codlac White.
I don't know, with those cat ears, she probably likes milk.
The old man's got a good sense for people. He can look in your eyes and tell your worth. If you go to him, good luck.
we got a point, we can advance our skills.
By Izmir, it's true. A jester, funny suit and all. Just north, by the Lorius farm. Fool had a coffin in a cart with a broken wheel. Like to see him laugh his way out of that.
Well, sounds like you've had quite the journey, Uska. But you were gone longer than usual.
The longer we travel the roads of Skyrim, the more empty this land seems.
What have you got for sale?
Take a look.
He's only got 782.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
May you poop on warm sands too.
It has been a profitable journey, and yet I long for the warm sands of elsewhere.
If this one has coin, yes. So basically we're coming here to make money. Mm-mm, 3 hours, 46 minutes, 52 seconds. Excuse me, 45 seconds. So we're gonna aim for another 4-hour stream. Cat could open her up on a kazoo caravan. All the stuff she brings inside.
We'll pay whatever it takes.
Maybe that's where they get it.
More swords for the Imperial soldiers.
I just can't.
Oh no, we gotta listen to these guys.
You? What are you? Please, take Mother Mara's blessing to wash this unease away.
Nita Ulfric's Stormcloak. Besides, Greymane would never make.
What are you on about?
Have it your way.
Mother guides me to those flickering souls who are yet to cast themselves on the fire for tomorrow's utopia. She sees in you potential which can avert calamity. I, her most devoted servant, need you to believe in the goodness of your heart, in love.
Stop with the incessant rambling and get to the point.
Forgive her, beloved child of entropy, for all her convictions she only looks up, blind to those below the clouds which she wishes to ascend.
Well, here's the thing with open cities.
There is a terror it's
of
nice, minds and ideas.
But if you add a bunch to the cities, and you have a bunch outside the cities, now it's all in the same cell.
If this horde transpires,
so it all needs to load at the same time. And if you're loading everything within the city and everything outside the city at the same time, it's going to overload your VRAM and it's going to lag and it may even crash. So it's better to separate if you're using a city overhaul and you're using like an exterior city overhaul and an interior city overhaul. That's adding a bunch of clutter and a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it's not worth the performance cost.
Mara, what is this?
But if you have a really stripped down outside and stripped down inside, then yeah, run open cities.
Go west and see. Open those eyes and see.
But every city I've ever been in, there's clutter and stuff everywhere. Right? So I kind of like that look.
Keep a clear eye.
Gives the city life.
Keep your head above water.
Doesn't look like a ghost town.
Realm. The tides of want can drown any who
and I don't mind one low
far
door.
From the shore. Seek out the venturing merchant and depart for that realm, for all their sake.
What on earth? What spell did you cast on her?
I know no such spell. Whatever it was had affected me as well.
Yes. Yes, I saw. You were mumbling to yourself, almost word for word that of Jayana. Forgive me. Our travels have put me in a hastened mood.
Your priestess had Mara speaking through her. Told me about a place in the west.
Didn't know madness could be
Also
contracted.
known as Crash Simulator.
Is this a jest you're both in on?
It's a good idea. It's just that the game engine can't handle, and it's not just the game engine, it's the API, right? This is a DirectX 11 game. Anything over 10,000 draw calls, it starts to drop the frame rate. It can't keep up.
Do I look like I'm jesting? Tell me of this place to the west.
If you're running, like I said, in a city interior overhaul, you're going to be getting close to 10,000 draw calls or more.
The closest I can come
and
to
then
answering
if you're running an
visions
exterior city
is that we
overhaul,
had just
there's
hailed
another
from Evermore,
10,000.
which may be that
So
west
you add those
want.
two together, you got 20,000
If
draw
you're
calls.
dead set on taking voyage
and
there,
your
then
60
a
frames
merchant
per
who has a
second
route between
is now
that
20
hinterland
frames per
kingdom
second.
and Skyrim should be resting at Markarth. Word of warning, if you care to listen. The Reach isn't a place you want to risk your neck just on the visions of a zealous priest.
Take a look at what your draw calls are.
What spell did you cast on her?
Oh my gosh, shut up, dude. So if we look at the profiler, right now my draw calls are only 7,100, 7,300, right? So that's not bad at all. So let's turn and look this way. And here I'm at 13,000, 14,000 draw calls because of everything I have in here. And if you want to know what that looks like, every single polygon you see is something that needs to be rendered, right? And look at how detailed the barrels are. How many polygons on one barrel? Right? There's a lot. How many polygons on that cat? Or that chicken? And never mind the trees. So you got to look at it from this point of view, right? Everything that it's being, and not only that, every texture is a draw call. So one way to mitigate that is duplicate items. So if you got 6 items and they're all the same, that's still only, you know, one draw call per polygon, but it doesn't get multiplied by the number of items, because it's only has to pull it once and say I need to render this 100 times, okay? But it's still only one pull. You follow? Okay. Same thing with a texture. Any texture you can use in multiple places is only going to be one draw call, even if it's applied in 50 different places in the scene. So you have to think about it that way. But when you start diversifying and you start getting things like, let's make the weather nice. You can start getting scenes like this where you've got, you know, all the road, all of the moss, all of the different flowers and plants and different armors and
need something?
Skin textures, and it adds up. It adds up. But it does, you know, so the idea is to balance graphical fidelity against frame rate. So it doesn't matter if your graphics card can handle it. It doesn't matter if your CPU can handle it. It doesn't matter if your RAM can handle it. Okay? If the API, DirectX 11, can't handle it, your system is only as fast as its slowest component. You follow? So if the slowest component is DirectX 11 that the game was made in, there isn't much you can do about it except reduce draw calls. Yeah, 10 to 20,000 draw calls in town. Yeah, the one that's really bad is JK's Blue Palace. I walk in there, just the Blue Palace alone, interior, is over 20,000 draw calls. That's crazy. But when you look at all of the food that's laid out in the back, behind where Elisif is sitting, right? So you don't really see that room. You don't spend a whole lot of time in that room. But there's all this food laid out on the table. And it's a beautiful spread. But that's a lot of draw calls that don't need to be there. You know? Unrelated notes, conversation. Red hot chili crunch sweet wheat snacks. Oh, okay. Well, they sound good. Let's try to sell some more stuff off.
Can I help you?
And we're 5 minutes away from a 4-hour stream, so probably going to run a 4-hour stream because I'm going to go for a walk with my wife.
What have you got for sale?
So we're going to try to sell some stuff off.
Take a look.
What has she got? 1,100. That's right, Adrian.
Don't forget
buy
to
my
check
shit.
inside the shop if you need anything.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to your husband. You're going to buy some stuff too. We could pick up
Got
Anya.
something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions.
This is Anya.
Good to see you.
No, that's not Anya.
Mm-hmm.
That's fake Anya. This is real Anya.
Here we are again. If I'm being honest, it warms my cold heart seeing you, but I'm wondering, do you need my help? Or do you just like staring at me?
If it's armor you need, we've got all kinds, both light and heavy.
So we're not going to take her with us. We are going to talk to this guy, though.
Welcome to War Maidens. Now you, my girl, have definitely come to the
Yes
right
and
place.
yes. Over all the cities. I use JK's interiors. So like this, the interior of the shop I'm in was done by JK. Okay. But the exterior of the city, the White Run, is, I use a lot of the great cities. And a few others. But mostly the great cities. Because JK's is just really too heavy in the exterior for everything else I've got in the game.
Bounty hunting requires a lot of planning.
What have you got for sale?
Take a look.
Again, it's about balancing it. Yeah.
Good doing business with you.
So I mean, you can do exactly like that, Deco. I use JK's interiors and Snazzy interiors. I do like a lot of Snazzy's models for like so like if I look at this, this is from Dawn of Skyrim. Okay, so this stand and this NPC is from Dawn of Skyrim. And then if I look at the roads here, this texture is Fusher. And it's, to me, it's a really nice cobblestone, you know, that's parallaxed. So I like that a lot. And then I've got Skyrim Sewers, which gives me sewers underneath it. And then I've got the trees that are here are from an add-on to a mod called Timber, and where you're going to find that, that's what adds all the trees. You're going to find that it's Whiterun, the Roads of Whiterun, or something like that. So it's does different textures for the roads, but I'm not using that. I'm just using the add-on they have that adds the trees. Now the trees are using whatever tree model I'm using, and the tree models I'm using, so this aspen here, birch tree, is from, well, technically aspen's a blaze, but seasonal aspen trees, which uses the aspen ablaze models for the larger trees. This tree over here, this one is going to be from Nature of the Wildlands. Now, some of these will clip through the wall, so I actually had to move this tree. This tree used to be up here. I had to move this tree out so it wasn't clipping through the wall that's behind it. Right? So it does require some patching and moving things around if you're going to do that. Well, my computer specs are in the comments for this stream. I'm on an i9 10850 and 3090 with 32 gigs worth of RAM, DDR4.
Someone's been pilfering crops from my farm.
So the system's about 3 years old.
It took me weeks to find that thief.
Rot in prison.
And I can't get the sword on my own.
You had the wits to notice.
But this list that I'm playing will actually play on like a 3060 with 12 gigs. It'll play nice on that.
Welcome to Bellathor's General Goods.
I would say anything with
Welcome
12 gigs of
indeed.
VRAM or better, and you can run the system. Some people are playing it on cards that have 8 gigs worth of VRAM, and they say it's doing alright, but I guess it also depends on what resolution you're playing at.
Everything's for sale, my friend. Everything.
i7,
Buy it a sister,
i7,
I'd sell her in a
1370
second.
KF, 4070, 12 gigs, 6. Okay. Well, Tabaro, you could run this list. That's plenty.
What have you got for sale?
Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
Now, if you wanted to run it at 4K, that might be a problem. And if you want it, I'm running at widescreen 1440p, and I'm downscaling it for YouTube to widescreen 1080p. $600 mods on your list don't have 4K monitors. Well, resolution has a lot to do with it too. The more pixels you ask it to render, here, look at it this way. A lot of people don't think about this, but here's some things to think about when you're adding mods. Everybody wants 128K mammoth cheese, right? Or 8K body textures, or 4K tankards. Okay. Look at it this way.
Do come back.
I'm in first person, and I'm going to get as close as I possibly can to this pot. So I'm going to get as close to this pot as I possibly can. Okay, I can't get any closer than that. How much of the screen is that taking up? Now think about my screen. My screen is 3440 wide and 1440 tall. So that is less than 1,000 pixels wide. Does the texture need to be any more than 1K?
I can tell you're a discriminating customer. Perhaps you're a wealthy one,
No,
too.
because it's not going to lose resolution. I can't get close enough to it for it to fill the entire screen. So it's never going to look blurry, because
Everything's for sale, my friend.
it doesn't need
You
to be
visit
4K.
no other shops today.
It doesn't need to be even 2K. It can get away with being 1K. Now, when you think about the size of textures when it comes to VRAM usage, so a 1K texture is 1024 by 1024, right? A 2K texture is
Please do look around. I'm sure I have something you'll want.
Shut up, Bellathor. Is 4 times as big because it's 2048 by 2048. So 1024, 1024, 1024, 1024. So it's four times as big from 1K to 2K. And then if you go to 4K, you're 16 times as big. You follow me? And then if you go to 8K, you're 32 times as big. People don't think about that because the numbers like 2 to 4, you're like, oh, it's not that much bigger. No, it's, you know, literally that much bigger. Delete Bellathor? No, I gotta sell him some stuff.
I'd even buy one of your relatives if you're looking to sell. Yeah, that's a little joke.
But yeah, when you think about it that way, then you start, you know,
trinkets, odds and ends,
and you're building a mod list. You can keep your textures to a reasonable level that you're not going to lose resolution at 1440p, which means it's going to look great at 1080p, and it's still not going to tax out the VRAM. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, I like those. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Let's sell off some firewood. So 3. That leaves me with 8. That'll be good for 2 fires. Already read that book. So like I said, it's all about trying to find that balance. Finding you can play comfortably with textures, trees, etc. Get consistent crashes with JK's interiors. Doesn't make sense because it's just clutter. Do you have a crash log? Look at the crash log. Find out what's crashing it. Is it being overwritten by something else? Is it looking for something it can't find? Are you missing, you know, you don't have static mesh improvement mod installed? Lighting mods are duplicated with JKs. Draw calls that are insane. That it could very well be as well. But we don't really need that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that. Okay.
Do come back.
Well, another thing that you'll find is...
Foolish old woman. You know nothing. Nothing of our
well, check
our
it in...
Nothing.
Open it up in
And
SSE
what of
Edit.
my son? What of
Right?
Thorold?
And
nothing?
look for
So don't
conflicting records. So just run the show conflicts. I'll tell you what.
Good dog.
This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna actually save the game right here. System save. Because I'm 4 hours and 9 minutes into the stream, so that's a 4-hour stream with no crashes. And then we're gonna quit out of this. And then I'm going to go directly to SSE Edit, and I'm going to open it up. Really learn how to use SSE Edit. It's a great tool. And there are a lot of other tools that are based on the same code, you know, like Dynalod. And it will find everything. So basically load everything up that's in your load order. And you need to create consistency patches, and you need to look for things that are conflicting, right, and clean them up. So let me take a look at, I'm going to take a look at JK's Blue Palace and see what I can find there, and see if I can figure out why it's pulling 20,000 draw calls in such a small interior space. See what's being doubled up. The one that really got me between Lux and JK's is patches that were made for Lux for JK's interiors are forwarding vanilla sound records. So I'm using a mod called Music Mods Merged, and it was overwriting the music that I added into the game. So I needed to create a consistency patch, basically a patch that loads after both the patches for Lux and the patches for, you know, for JK's that contain this record. And I needed to forward the music record to my patch that would load after. Okay, so we're going to right click anywhere over here, and you're going to go apply filter, show conflicts, that one right there. And it's going to show me every conflict. Now, just because it's a conflict doesn't mean it's bad. Okay, anytime you have two mods that are in your load order and both of them are changing the same thing, there's going to be a conflict. But do you want it to overwrite the other record, or not? That's where moving your load order around is going to solve conflicts so that the winner of the conflict is the record that you want. And if you can't do it that way, so the good example is the one that the Biggie Boss did. Okay, so I'm going to give him credit. He did this one. Basically, he was using Johnny Skyrim's daggers, right? Uniques or whatever he calls it. I don't know what he calls it, but it's redoes all the unique daggers in the game with higher poly models, but doesn't change any of the values like how much damage or anything they do. And then he was also using artifacts. Now artifacts changes the amount of damage that some of them do, but also changes the model. So if he put artifacts after Johnny Skyrim's, he got the artifacts model and the artifacts damage. And if you put Johnny Skyrim's lower in the load order, then he got Johnny Skyrim's model, but did not get the change damage from artifacts. So this is a conflict that can't be resolved with load order. So that's when you need a consistency patch. So you load both of those up and you create a patch and forward the record of Johnny Skyrim's model and forward the record of artifacts damage to the mod that's going to load after both of those. And that's what's called a consistency patch. Make sense? So not every mod is going to need a consistency patch. Only ones that are conflicting in a way that can't be straightened out by load order. Hope that made sense. So, first thing that you really want to do when you're looking at anything in here is you want to go here to this where it says legend and turn that on. So these are all conflict losers if it's red. Now, I don't really care about anything that's at the top of the list because those are going to be getting overwritten by other things. But as soon as I start going down, I start getting into things that are orange. This is a conflict winner. Conflict winner. I don't see. Okay, if we open it up, what is it winning against? Okay, so it's overriding this Creation Club crossbow pack, and it's overriding official Skyrim Special Edition, although both of these are overriding without conflict. It is changing this reference. This is identical to Master Record, so this and this are the same. This is a new record. This just has it initially disabled. So you can take a look at what's actually going on here with any mod that you have. The closer you get to the bottom, the more you're going to start seeing more of these other colors that are conflict winners. So it looks like I've got a few things here. Purple is here. So it's a conflict loser. So these are things that I should really deal with that are critical. And I want to know, so it's a keyword. And it's got a color for the keyword. So I would probably want to forward that record. I'll deal with that later. Temple of Divines, SPO patch. There are a few things I got to deal with in my load order. Bannered Mirror. It's a placed object plane marker. And this is moving this record. Changing the position and rotation of this plane marker. So where is Blue Palace? Those are all overrides without conflict. Although these are in the nav mesh, placed objects. I see objects, but I don't see, and I see some nav mesh changes. But the winning nav mesh change is from Dawn of Skyrim. So all of that's good. Although what's that one there? In any case, that's kind of what you want to do. You want to take a good look at it. And see if anything is doubling up on it. What do we have here? That's the SSE edit cache, so I need to dump that in there. That way we won't have to load next time. But yeah, apparently I got to take a look at my, I've got some conflicts that I need to straighten out with some mods that I added recently. So I'll take a look at that, but later. For now, thanks everybody for showing up. And till next time, peace out.